Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. It is a half day. It is a half day today. How are you, my friends? Today is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. What day are we at? Day 27 of the re-persecution of Karen Reed out of Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where your constitutional rights go to die. Anxious to see what it's on my computer. What fresh hell awaits us today, my friends? What do you think's happening? It is my understanding that perhaps we might see Lucky today. Lucky Lochran, the plow driver. That'll be a good day. I love Lucky. And if Hank Brennan is mean to Lucky, it's gonna make me really mad. My head's gonna be popping off early today if that happens, because he's the nicest man. Childhood friend of the Alberts. Grew up with them. Tried to save them from a little bit of trouble for hanging there, parking their car in front of their house in the middle of the night during a nor'easter, which is illegal, and he didn't call it in. Prayers up for Lucky this morning, folks, because he took a lot of crap after he testified the first time. This is the episode they promised, right? I think this is the episode. If she takes the plea, it's all over. If not, it's going to be a whole other episode. We're in the episode. We are in episode 27 of season 2. And so far, how do you like the plot twists? What's your favorite plot twist so far? Let me know. Good morning. Mid-season finale. It's like a mid-season finale. A mid-season finale would be great if, the charges were dismissed yesterday. If there was a mistrial with prejudice, that'd be great. That'd be great. Sorry, Barrows was the best plot twist so far. Pig DNA is a favorite twist. Well, but we really haven't heard any evidence of that other than, Hank Brennan just spewing it. How about a witness that can say that there was pig DNA? How about the witness he called last year? Terry Kuhn. She's on the witness list. She's the expert. He didn't call her. He chose not to call her. Here we are. Mistrial denied. Anybody surprised? I don't know. I was a little fired up. I thought it was a good argument. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Why are they so dug into this case? Why do they want to convict Karen Reed so badly? Why do they want to pin it on the girl? There's no evidence of a car accident other than some taillight that we found out yesterday when Dighton Sergeant Nicholas Barrows came in to testify and said that is not how the taillight looked when I saw it. It was just this red piece over here that was missing on the side. That was about the size of a dollar bill. Yeah, I fear for him, but he's a cop. Hopefully he can protect himself. But, you know, the trolls are relentless. Relentless. Boston hearts me. Thank you, Barbara. And that's it. CM Libby 1. Barrows really has no dog in the fight. He really has no dog in the fight. And you know what? He was not intimidated by the blue wall of silence. Gives me hope there are actually good cops out there. Most cops are good. Most cops are good. I back the blue 100%. And every law enforcement officer that I know, kindergarten cop, Duty Ron, Ed Wallace, these are the good guys. And nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. This investigation was an abomination. That was the piece not included in the reassembled taillight. It says unfair view of justice. I do think Barrows was able to hold his own. I didn't go back. I didn't get a chance. I was so mentally exhausted yesterday. What a mentally exhausting day. I mean, could you imagine what it's like to be in the courtroom every single day when those of us who are sitting here at home watching it are so exhausted by every single thing that happens in that courtroom that we really have no dog in the fight in except for justice? And, you know, the Constitution. Imagine how exhausting it is for Karen with all of her medical conditions to be sitting there every day. This has been her life for 3.5 years. And people say she doesn't look sad enough. I'm angry, and this isn't even my life. I know. I think Dr. Marie Russell held her own. Boy, she really held her own. Hank Brennan tried everything he could. He tried to be nice. And then it couldn't last. His being nice didn't last as long as I think he thought it was. Remember how apologetic he was the first day or whenever when she first got on the stand? Because all the days are blending together. I have to look at the corner of my computer screen to see what day it even is. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Melanie Little's middle finger is here and says today's middle finger is for the Commonwealth. I'm feeling lucky today. Free Karen Reed, Justice for Officer Don O'Keefe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 50 Shades of Yuri Buchanan said, I would prefer for the show to be canceled. Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Mid-season. Just cancel. Just cancel it. Well, the ratings are through the roof, right? Karen McDonald watching and recovering from parathyroid surgery. Well, sending you all the healing vibes, Karen McDonald. And I hope that we're happy to keep you company while you're recovering and wishing you all the luck in your recovery and all of the healing vibes. Where it happens. Good morning, love. I was praying Jackson would hold a picture in front of Barrows. So glad his answer was absolutely not. Somebody said in chat yesterday, in a world full of proctors, be a Barrows. Somebody needs to make that t-shirt with a picture of him on it. Not Proctor, Barrows. Good morning, Charles. Charles is in South Africa. I see on X that Hartnett Dillon is following this. Do you mean Maureen Hartnett? Who's Hartnett Dillon? Is that somebody I should know? I don't know who that is. Billy Bush is following this. He had Joe Krowski Jr. on his show yesterday. I turned it on. I tried to get through it. I couldn't. And did he shave his whole face? Joe Krowski Jr., refresh my recollection. Did he have some facial hair before? Because he doesn't anymore. Oh, she's a lawyer? Oh, thank you. That name did not sound familiar to me. I thought maybe Hartnett was like Maureen Hartnett, the crime lab technician. Good morning, Leanne. Can you give a shout out to Jason and his cousin Paul, please? Well, there you go. Hi, Jason and Paul. Hope you guys are watching. Hope you're having a great day. They've jumped on board the Twilight train. I was on WPLR this morning, which is a Connecticut radio station, the morning show with Chaz and AJ. And they said, can you give a quick 30-second overview into the case for people who aren't familiar? And I was like, really? How can I do this? And I rushed through it. And I don't even remember what I said because literally it was only a 10-minute segment because they have a really busy week. And I mean, I hope I explained it well enough. It's just that I know the case so well that it's hard for me to explain it to people who don't know anything about the case. Although the guys in the morning, Chaz and AJ know the case that a lot of maybe of their viewers did not. It is a Hoff day today, a Hoff day. So welcome to the Twilight train. This is the upside down, inside out Narnia, Hunger Games, Gilead of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Welcome. We have a couple of mascots that we put in the corner every now and then. This is Chaka. Chaka is from an old TV show called The Land of the Lost. I think it was on in the 70s. And Chaka in this particular thumbnail is possessed. It was an episode called Possessed. He's a little bit scary, but we're in the land of the lost, so it's very appropriate. Sometimes we put Michael Proctor's picture up in the corner to remind us who the real villain is here. And then I have a new one. We've got Dexter because, you know, if you know anything about Dexter, Dexter's motto, it wasn't his motto, but his philosophy was, you know, some people need a killing. And so, you know, there's that. We also have the name tag for Hank Brennan, who can't seem to pronounce Bob Alessi's name correctly, despite the fact that he's been on this trial for however many months since he was hired. Everyone else pronounces Alessi correctly. And then yesterday he slipped, Hank Brennan. Remember? He slipped and he said Alessi correctly twice. We heard it. We know he knows it. And then he reverted back to Alessi. Well, Hank Brennan's paralegal, it's my theory, hates him. And so she is replete with typos in all of his legal pleadings. And in fact, in one of his legal pleadings said, "My name is Hank Brennan." And it kind of stuck because, you know, there's the name tag like you would wear if you were at a sales conference. So we're trying to have fun here. The chat is called the Snark Tank for a reason because they keep me laughing, because if we didn't laugh, we would all just cry all the time. Thanks, Leanne. Becky's Blue-Eyed Paranormal is here and says, I was brought up to respect the police because you never know when you will need one. Yes. Yes. I back the blue 100%. Friends and family, a lot of law enforcement. Organized crime task force people that I have grown up with in my family, close to my family. And, you know, it's no joke. This is an abomination of an investigation for a dead brother in blue. Really? Really? Nixon, most cops may be good, but a lot of bad ones in Massachusetts. Well, that's what you guys are telling me. Listen, the reason I got involved in this case is because I have friends and family in where he used to live in Norfolk County. And I've been hearing for decades how corrupt the local police may be in some people's opinions. And so this is not new. If you live there, you've known about this, or there's been rumblings about this for a long time. You're mad as hell and you're not going to take it anymore. And thank God the world is watching, because maybe something will happen here. Maybe it'll get exposed. Who knows? Catherine Smith says, Rock, Jackson, Paper, Yannetti, Scissors, Alessi, this trio each bringing something to the table to crush Brennan. Yep. Yep. We're here for it. Am I behind on this? Hang on. I just want to make sure we're on real time, because people get very upset. And here's the deal, guys. If you're watching it on your TV or on another device, I use the Court TV feed because their audio seems to be the best. It can be a few seconds. Time drifts, right? Haven't we learned that through this trial? Not all clocks are the same. Time drifts. So there may be a little bit of a delay on your other device. And so I'm on real time now. So you don't need to put it in the chat. It started, because I'm on it. I've been doing this a little while. Yeah, they all have their roles. They all have their strengths. And, you know, Alan Jackson is the Hollywood lawyer, smooth as butter. We have an emoji for him. Alessi is the brains. He's got everyone has brains. But he's a guy who's such a genius. He doesn't sleep. He has an incredible, healthy regimen. Guy works out like a madman. I hear he's 67 years old. I don't believe it. We looked at a picture one day of Will the Glairer and Bob Alessi flexing on the staircase in the courthouse, and he's jacked. I'm just saying, Bob Alessi is jacked. And then you got King David Yannetti, who is just hometown charm. Wicked smart. I call him the Velvet Hammer. And Eliza Little, no relation, is she's amazing on paper. I mean, I think that she's the workhorse behind the scenes. She is like the drill sergeant. She's the one getting it all done, putting it all together. We haven't seen a lot of her in action in court, but behind the scenes, she's getting it done. She's getting it done. She knows where every single document is. Anytime Alan Jackson sees her or needs a document, or any of the attorneys need a document, she's a partner. She made partner, I think, before or during the first trial at Jackson's firm in LA. And she deserves it. Somebody sent me yesterday an email and said, I've got a great new slogan for you. Wait, I have to give proper credit where credit is due. So let me find it first. Oh, here they are. Welcome to the fresh hell. God save us from the Commonwealth, everyone. Thank you, Catherine. I'll find it.
All right, so the jurors are here, ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Sidebar. Every morning, sidebar. Thanks, Jimbo. Lindsay G. That the Commonwealth is more disgusting than I thought, making the kids testify and revealing how their father passed. Yep. I was very upset about that yesterday morning. I'm still not over it, but I'm not going to let it ruin my day again. Thank you, Linda R., for gifting a membership. Thank you so very much. Misanthrope from Canada. See, the world is watching. If you're watching from outside the U.S., tell us in the chat where you're from. You guys are going to be, it strains credulity. How many countries are watching this channel? Says, don't know how you do it, but so appreciate your time. Best trial channel ever. Much love. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for watching, because without you guys, I wouldn't have a channel. And I would probably go insane. As Jimmy Buffett used to say, if we weren't crazy, we'd all be insane. And that's why we have a mixtape. We have a mixtape Spotify playlist for this trial. It is linked below in the show notes. Enjoy. I don't know how many songs we're up to now or how many hours of music, but I think we're up to like 13 hours of music, because I think in song lyrics, as do many of you. And so we started it during the first trial. We've been continuing and adding songs during this trial. And thank you. You don't know how I do it. It's a labor of love. It is a labor of love. Love hanging out with you guys every day. Outside of the US, my second, the second country that watches, where we have the most viewers from, is the UK. I think followed by Canada. But I mean, you'd be amazed. Oklahoma. Yeah, while we're here, waiting for the judge, I'll take a moment, smash the like button, put your DNA on the like button. Promise you, Canton PD won't get it. And even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. But I'll be here all week, friends. I'll be here all week. I said, if you're outside the country, tell me what country you're watching from. Oklahoma, Fargo, North Carolina, Bethel, Connecticut. You guys didn't understand the assignment, but it's okay. South Africa, Australia, Sydney, a lot of Australians. Oh, yes, a lot of Australians. New Zealand, Cape Cod in the house, Boston in the house. Where is the, where are boots on the ground today? You guys listening? Boots on the ground. All the Karen Reed supporters outside the courthouse. They watch too, as does Howie Carr. Hey, Howie, if you're watching. Thank you, Llama Pajama. Says, thanks for your amazing work. Love your passion and sparks. Well, you know, a lot of snark in here too. Analysis. Somebody coined it one day and I said, I'll allow it. Analysis. Somebody said, and I will give the person credit when I can find it, that my slogan should be Eliza Little, no relation. Alan Jackson, no vacation. Because there was an insane Twitter rumor last year that the Twidiots started that I was in Cancun with Alan Jackson. Because during the pre-production of season 1, we were watching a pretrial hearing. Alan Jackson had on a pretty cool bracelet, like a boho kind of bracelet. I don't know if it was a leather thing. And I said, oh, wow, that looks like a bracelet I got when I was in Cancun at the Dave Matthews shows. Somebody ran with that and said, Melanie Little was in Cancun with Alan Jackson. And then a local reporter whose mother is an attorney. I think he's in law school too. Did he graduate, Grant Smith Ellis? Anyway, One day he chased Alan Jackson up the courthouse steps with his iPhone that he was using as a microphone and said, "Alan Jackson, did you have fun in Cancun with Melanie Little?" And he shoved his phone in his face. I don't even think Alan Jackson knew who I was. And I don't even know if he likes Dave Matthews. But anyway, it turned into a whole thing. I've got merch. He asked him it twice the same day. I'm like, dude, you've got one of the greatest trial lawyers of our time in front of you. And that's the question you want to ask him. So you too can get your I Went to Cancun with Melanie Little sweatshirts. There's a link in the show notes below. And is the merch still 20% off today, you guys? I don't know. The sale might be over. I have nothing to do with it. It's a third-party vendor. Hang on, I'm getting patched. Got my celery cucumber juice with a little bit of lemon in there. Shout out to Juicing Recipes on Instagram, who also watches. And one day she commented on one of my videos and I said, "Juicing Recipes? I forgot about the juicer that I had." And it's like on a shelf in the garage where I keep a lot of those giant appliances that you can't have all of them on your kitchen counter. I said, "Why am I not juicing?" You take an entire head of celery and you juice it with a cucumber and some lemon. It'll change your life. It will change your life. Every day. Is Jen's sister in the back row today? I can't see who's there. I'm not sure. I see in the back row from left to right, Paul O'Keefe sitting next to a bald man with some facial hair, sitting next to a woman and another woman and another woman. So there's 3 women in the back row. Paul O'Keefe used to sit in the seat in the front row where the woman in the black top is sitting. I think he was asked to move his seat because he was, so close to Karen that he was glaring at her every day. I'm not sure. We're not sure exactly why he was moved, but his seat needed to be moved for whatever reason. And now he has been demoted to the back row. B-Rad, thank you for a very generous $50 super chat to start off the morning. I have an uncle that was high up in the CIA, Pentagon, DOD, and a few other agencies. He said this here is a perfect example of a democracy and not that of a constitutional republic. With what they are doing to Karen violates all constitutional law. Hang on. I don't think he meant democracy. I think he meant something else, but it probably corrected itself to democracy. But thank you so much, B-Rad. Hang on. Listen, I've taken to nicknaming the judge in a friendly, tongue-in-cheek kind of way, Kim Jong-Kanone. Because what you are seeing here should not happen in any court. Not that of a constitutional republic. Okay, got it. It's early, you guys. I'm drinking celery juice. I haven't had my coffee yet. Constitutional republic is a representative form of democracy. Okay, Laura Murphy's got her popcorn ready. Make sure you get your popcorn ready, your snacks, because this is going to be must-see TV today. I think we're going to hear from Karina Kolakithis, who was an amazing witness last year. She and her husband both were amazing. They were at the waterfall. She told her husband when she got home that night, because he testified about this, she said, "Why can't you act like that in public towards me? They're so lovey-dovey." A lot of people want you to think that,
All right, we'll bring the jurors in.
argument.
We'll
and so,
take a few minutes, Tony. Do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
do you want me to step out? All right, why is she stepping out? She needs to go take a powder already. She just got there. It's 9:21. I thought we didn't want to waste the jury's time, and you're only doing half a day today. I don't know why. It could be that a juror had a conflict and they knew about it ahead of time, but then there's supposed to be full days tomorrow and Friday. Who are the journalists today? I don't know. I think Ted Daniel is there. Is Turtle Boy there? Be in Trouble 31 says, "Can you step out and keep on stepping?" Get your steps in. Dara, heard you on WPLR this morning with Chaz and AJ. Thank you. Thanks for creating more attention to this case, your phenomenal commentary, and your explanations. Dara, it was over before it even started. It was so quick that I don't even remember what I said and whether I even made sense. And whether people even, were picking up what I was laying down. But thank you. Thank you. I know that they have done, they've done some coverage of the trial or the case. And the fan looks good today. It's a good day it's a good hair day for the fan. And so thank you for saying that, because I wasn't even really sure what I said, how it came out. It was so quick. Minemic says Brennan's worm DNA was shown to the jury yesterday. Yeah, that was I don't think it was a good look for him. You don't bully the matron saint of the Karen Reed trial. He tried so hard to be nice to her too. I hope it's a lucky day. I hope it is. He's been there. I think he was there 2 days in a row, and he hasn't been called yet because things are taking longer than anyone expected. Miss Lisa says that Hank asks the same question over and over for like an hour until the witness gives in. Can the defense object because the question was already asked and answered? Yes, that is a proper objection, but unlike most courtrooms in the as such United States, this judge does not allow the attorneys to state the grounds for their objections. And so everything's heard at sidebar, but asked and answered is a proper objection. But, there are no rules for Hank Brennan. He pretty much runs roughshod over the courtroom, does whatever he wants. Why do you think they hired a mob lawyer to prosecute this case? Because no ethical attorney inside the Norfolk County DA's office, and they've got 50 of them on staff that they pay a salary to, wanted to touch this case. An ethical district attorney would never have brought charges in this case. There is no evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. His body tells the story. You know it. I know it. Anyone with common sense knows it. But remember, if she takes the plea, it's over. If not, it's a whole nother episode. And we're in that episode right now, season 2. Episode 27. Remember when TV shows used to have 22, 23 episodes? I think Law and Order still does, Grey's Anatomy. Like, those were the days of television. Now everything is 10 episodes, 8 episodes. Did anybody watch You? I just watched the series finale yesterday, the day before. It was meh. Sounded up. Norman says if what Barrows said about what piece was missing is correct, that means the cops found it at One Meadows.
Hear ye,
if they have all the side
all
pieces.
persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth. Happy anniversary, David. We've been together for 12 months.
Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Yay, lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. Okay, lucky. Keep in the back of your mind. It's been my theory, and just my theory, my hypothesis, that perhaps if something was done here, and this is indeed a cover-up and a setup, that this man, Lucky Loughran, was, in my opinion, perhaps maybe intended to be the fall guy.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Prayers up for Lucky, everyone. Shamrocks in the chat, please.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which,
Hold on, I gotta move these
Great.
captions out of his face.
I graduated from Canton High School,
what year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris,
How close in age are Chris and you?
very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Alberts residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
DPW's Department of Public Works.
I work for the DPW, I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said
Franken-truck.
Franken truck.
Yes.
Like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
If you're not looking at your screen, Lucky is in a suit and tie, even has a pocket square. He's very nicely dressed. He's showing respect for the court. And he's
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done.
He looks so handsome this morning, says Miranda Lewis. I will allow it. Blessings on
Do you
Lucky.
recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken-Truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Did we see Franken-Truck photos in season 1? I don't recall
Perhaps
that.
they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes.
Oh, Melanie,
And
that's been on the
once that's
playlist
done,
for a
you can
long
feel free to
time.
publish it.
Thank you.
Twisted Sisters, Long Island Band. We're not going to take it. It's on there. No, there were no pictures, were they? I don't remember. Which is also on the playlist. Peter Gabriel. I don't remember. I don't recall. Got no memory of anything at all. Like every witness in season 1 and many in season 2.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed.
You might want to come to your screen
I
if you
imagine
are.
that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Gianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh.
they are?
Great
It's a
idea.
big ass truck, you guys. Look how high up it is. With a great field of vision.
Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck. And it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf?
Note the
Can
big
you identify,
lights.
this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat.
Correct.
Next photo, please.
Huge field of
This is
vision.
211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I will be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
And then I have marking lights and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the two plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out?
This is a great visual
Is there a pointer there, sir?
for the jury.
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with the beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Or ring road to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right, so if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it,
It's just a map.
okay?
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route. Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly it's a portion of your route, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about 1.5 miles down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn
way?
around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when, or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
All right. But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
God forbid animals. He said that the first trial
How
too.
much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did
Nothing.
you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Nope.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off, I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right, now,
Nothing.
made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you, again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And
Bam. Bam. There's a vehicle right in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview at 3:30 a.m. Keep listening.
did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
A Ford Edge.
Ford Edge. Guess who never investigated looking into a Ford Edge? Nobody.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes.
So you're coming up from behind it?
Correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
Adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What
Bam.
policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the
Trying to help him out. Didn't want to have their car towed. He was a nice guy. Cutting him a break.
presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right.
Nothing.
So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another three-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Twice?
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time, when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police,
He's telling them everything. Thanks, Mike from Providence. Shout out to Dedham Fire Department.
with regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked, blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane, and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay, now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
This is important.
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No,
Nope.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
he approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without
the
telling
Zamboni,
us what you
too.
told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the state police or Canton police?
No.
Nope. Nope.
At some point, did you hear from the state police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not state police or Canton police?
The feds.
Yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yeah, I wish you would have brought a basketball hoop too and got ahead of it, but
The
see what
exhibit.
Brennan's got to say about this. See if he can
All right, Mr.
be
Brennan,
nice
whenever
to
you're
this
ready.
witness. For those of you watching season 2 for the first time and didn't watch season 1,
Good morning,
tell me your
sir.
thoughts on how Lucky appears to be to you. Genuine, credible, not credible?
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath.
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
Oh, you were threatened by Turtle Boy? The defense did a better investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe than the Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police. Let that sink in. Sounds like he's threatening him now.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you?
Well, now Brennan really wants to get Turtle Boy convicted for witness intimidation, and he's trying to get Lucky Lochran to say in open court on the stand under oath that he felt threatened by Turtle Boy. Do you see what we're doing here? We're defending the Alberts and the McCabe's, and we're trying to convict Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. And he's not falling for it, Lucky. No, he didn't threaten me. I didn't feel threatened at all. Well, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you might need to be dismissing the charges. I don't think there's charges about Lucky, but I guess they're trying to show a pattern of conduct. There are no charges, right? With Lucky as the alleged victim of witness intimidation. You got this, Lucky. Hold your ground. Stay firm.
To podcasts that were about you?
Take it back a sec.
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
Do you pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one?
Oh, he's a turtle rider. Let's not believe anything he says because we all hate Turtle Boy. Really, Brennan? That's the tactic you're going to use on this genuine witness who has known the Albert brothers, all 6 of them, but mostly Chris, for most of his life? Okay, go on with your bad self. I'm sure the jury can see right through this too. Wow. Is he there? He's in the courtroom. Turtle Boy's in the courtroom. It's fantastic. He's got nothing else. Brunocchio. Well done, Kim.
For free?
I did not.
And in follow,
Hold on.
well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
Boy, they're stalking.
I do follow him, yes.
Do you pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
Yeah.
So he,
You knew that you were being threatened. He just said he wasn't being threatened and he didn't feel like he was being threatened. Don't allow it because this is what Brennan does. He asks a question assuming facts that are not in evidence or facts that Lucky clearly told him are not true, states them as fact in his question. That is a proper objection and she's going to allow it because this is Kim Jong-un under her eye. Listen to that question again. You were here, I were here, we were all here. We heard him say I wasn't being threatened. I didn't feel like I was being threatened. And yet this is the way this man twists it. This is why people hate lawyers. Listen to this again. Taking it back.
know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife.
Oh, yeah.
I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case.
Sorry for your loss, but wow. Just when you thought the weasel couldn't go any lower, he goes lower. He's in the sub-basement now. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, residents in Norfolk County, you're going to be paying this guy $1 million before this is all over. And this is the level to which he stoops. Everyone knows that Lucky lost his wife. How dare you? Taking that back again, because that was an excellent answer. He's repulsive. And praise King David Yannetti for stating the basis for his objection in open court, which they are not allowed to do. And for standing up to Judge Cannoni, and stating the basis for his objection so the world can hear it. Wow. Just wow.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Praise
did you
be.
enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
This is what an honest witness looks like. Keep at him. Keep pounding, running. You love the attention. You loved the attention, didn't you? You were being threatened. He was threatening you. He was threatening you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, he was going to expose some of your personal matters. He was oblivious to that. He was grieving the loss of his wife. Just like Karen was grieving the loss of her boyfriend. And we heard Dr. Russell say that's called an acute grief reaction when people blame themselves for what happened to their loved one. This is a man who is exploiting people's grief, Hank Brennan, to get a conviction. You saw that when he forced Proctor's friend to read text messages about the father of the niece and nephew that John was raising, announcing to the world that Proctor texted that man, John O'Keefe's sister's husband, committed suicide overdose. We don't know if it's a suicide on her grave. He read that. He made that witness read it in open court. The world didn't need to know that. Those texts were in evidence. The jury was going to have him in the room. They didn't need to read that to the world. This man is repulsive. You get what you pay for in Norfolk County. $2.50 an hour, you get what you pay for. You should be outraged by this line of questioning. I'm outraged. Are you? Praise Lucky. He's not falling for it. You liked the attention, didn't you? He said, no, I was just doing my job, telling the truth. Wow, just wow.
Did
But
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
Isn't it so interesting how Brennan made it seem like when Kelly Dever, one of the worst witnesses of all time, who will obviously never, ever be taken as credible again, said that the Boston police commissioner called her down to his office, a young rookie, early 20s, more than 2,000 cops on the force at Boston PD. He called her down to his office, told her to do the right thing. Brennan interpreted that as meaning she was just telling the truth. Do the right thing means tell the truth. And now, 2 days later, he's telling the world that Turtle Boy telling someone to do the right thing, if that's what he even said, means to lie. Wow. Just wow.
I do. This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Attention was brought to him because he was going to be a witness in a murder trial and tell the truth. Because he told the defense's private investigator that there was no body on the lawn of Boston police officer Brian Albert when he went by there twice. I think he testified the second time was between 3:30 and 3:45. My notes are chicken scratch and in the dark. I don't even know where to begin with this guy. He wants so badly to expose whatever personal information it is about Lucky. This is on every single level. This is why people hate lawyers.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
We ride at dawn, East Coast chick. We ride at dawn. Thank you for your super chat.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
Wait, what did he say? Is he sitting in the back of the room? Hold on a second. Is he friendly towards one side or the other? Is he sitting in the back of the room? Wow, listen.
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
Besides sitting
I
in the
would
back
say
of
the
the room?
defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can
Well-
you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone into the
Well, he just brought up the first trial. First trial, second trial, give me a time frame. It's out there again, first trial. I mean, unless the jurors are living under a rock, they know there was a first trial, they live in Norfolk County. Only 5 times.
be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
He said it
When you were
again.
discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
First
When
trial
you
again.
were with
Third
the
time's the
defense
charm.
preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask you to,
Objecting to
When
practicing
you
your
were preparing for
testimony.
your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess or was it 4?
By the way, everything that Brennan just mentioned, showing the witness their prior transcripts, showing them their prior interviews, all of that is perfectly normal and acceptable when you're prepping a witness. There's nothing wrong with that. He wants to make it sound nefarious, as he likes to pronounce it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's done in every case.
It was about
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
What is he insinuating? Who's receiving compensation? Hold on.
Compensation, sir. Subjects you talked about.
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
Whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive, was there a GoFundMe or something?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
He was not
Can you answer
targeted.
that if you can? Can you answer that, Mr. Lockren?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
Bam.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
How many times did he just said he wasn't
Again,
being
I
attacked.
don't feel like I was being targeted.
Or
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
He's not the scary person. Turtle Boy's not the scary person. You know who's the scary person? The people out there on the other side, the people that came after me when I started reporting on this case in January of 2024, the people who have relentlessly gone after anyone who does not think that John O'Keefe was hit by a car and expresses it publicly. Those are the people that he doesn't even know that he should be afraid of. And he has told you 5 times that he did not feel threatened. He did not feel attacked. He did not feel pressured to testify in a certain way, that he's got a job. He's here to tell the truth. And that is it. Keep at it, Brennan, because you're chopping your toes off one by one. Or your fingers. Anybody see Banshees of Inisherin? Great movie, by the way. Highly recommend. If you know, you know.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. Excuse me, I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
Sean McCabe, brother of Matt McCabe, threatened to bury Turtle Boy under Auntie Bev's beach house in the Cape. That's where the name Auntie Bev comes from, in case you were wondering.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass,
No spoilers, please.
it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now, you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street
Cedar Crest.
at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I
I'm sorry,
don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
Cedar Crest. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Right, Hank. According to you, time drifts. Every clock is different.
like, so I don't hold the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question.
You know what he
I'm asking.
knows
So
for
that's
sure?
whatever
He
part you
didn't see a
want.
body on the
But
lawn,
without the part
and he
of you
would
being
have.
Done. Don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So, I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir.
Trying to say is a false memory. Yeah, false memories run rampant in the Commonwealth's case, right? Can we get Lally back? He has more class than Hank, says Masters of Criminology, and I agree. We have a little bit of room to scooch here. While he looks over the document.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No body, no crime by Karen. Right? Little Taylor Swift in the morning. Never hurt anybody.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m., when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you
FBI.
spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them?
It's so funny. It's laughable. Jennifer McCabe lied to the FBI. Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury. Didn't Kelly Dever also lie to the FBI? Like this, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. It's hilarious.
Yes.
Provide your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told him. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
Is this Proctor's report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed
Wait.
you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
On the stand?
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're
Is this Proctor's report that he's talking about? In 2023? I don't know if the feds ever spoke to Lucky, actually. None of Proctor's reports are accurate. We know that. They actually recorded Lucky's statement. Proctor did. It's the only one they ever recorded, and most of that was about Turtle Boy. And there's a transcript of that report. He's talking about the FBI? I'm confused, but let's see how it plays out.
are saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m. That is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial, at a proceeding last year?
Brennan just let it slip that there was a trial. Brennan just brought up the first trial. Well done, jackass. Well done. Well done. Listen.
Tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights. And I answered it in the affirmative way, and living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Trial?
Yes.
I mean, you testified at the proceeding.
It's already out.
Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay, I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snowplow.
I don't drive a tow truck. Feel free to keep correcting him, Lucky, because he doesn't even know the name of the streets. He doesn't know anything.
You said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
Were lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left. and my eyes will graze to the yard, yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on
A
your route
dumpster
there's no
wouldn't be in the front.
dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20-foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw.
There was not a dead body found on any other neighbor's lawn that night, Hank. It was announced to the world that a dead body was found on the lawn of 34 Fairview that very day, January 29th. And so his memory was fresh in his mind, and he thought to himself, I went by there a couple times. I didn't see a body on the lawn. That's crazy. And nobody ever spoke to him until the defense team tracked him down. Because originally when they went to the DPW, they were lied to, and they were told that it was a private contractor called By the Yard that was plowing that night, not the DPW. Remember? And coincidentally, also all the GPS was broken on all of these trucks, including Franken truck that evening. They were all out. He had to look to his right because he had to avoid the fire hydrant.
I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What's your vision?
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
Oh, he saw it.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Yeah, he
When you
did.
first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You wanted to go through your route?
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you
Wow.
know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
Well, isn't that interesting? Because last year in season 1, when Proctor was on the stand, he claimed that he was being harassed by the private investigator for the defense team because they showed up at the school where his sister works. Lucky says, it was my idea to meet in that parking lot because I wanted to show him the route that I drove. Keep trying. You're not going to break this witness, Hank, although we know you really, really, really want to.
You said last year,
Did he say former Trooper Proctor? Hang on.
did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay.
Real deal. The duplicity of Brennan is outrageous. Thanks for your 20. 100% agree. I think the jury can see it too. I mean, I'm not there. I don't know, but I'm assuming that they're smart enough to be picking up what he's laying down here.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oops. Court TV has a poll up. They've got 6,000 votes, and 77% say that Lucky is very believable.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
How many witnesses will Hank harass, says Proctor's honorable text. The answer
and so
is
even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
all of them.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay.
He's trying to trick him.
Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, do you recall, was the time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30
No, it's not
the
fair.
second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say,
This is the first witness to call Brennan out on his inaccurate questioning, and I'm loving every minute of it. No, I wouldn't say that's fair. Wow.
I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview.
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
He said he looks out for
When you said
pedestrians.
that, well,
He looks out for pedestrian and, God forbid, animals. He already said that.
when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
Cedar Crest?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Quite a
Difficult to
distance.
see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
It's quite a distance when you want it to be, but when Karen is making a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, Fairview's right around the corner, depending on your timeline, because time drifts and clocks drift. Scooch, scooch,
Could you
scooch.
stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You know what else I see? Come to your screen. Jennifer McCabe holding court on the left side of this video. This is 6:17:09 a.m., 1:29:22. If this dash camera clock is right, and I spy Officer Saraf, who was not called to the stand. Not sure who this is standing to his right, but none of these first responders were called to the stand. No law enforcement anyway. Only Paul Gallagher from Canton PD, and the only MSP investigator was Yuri Buchanan. Lally called him all last time for all his faults. We wish we had Lally back. Again, this is at 6:17:09 a.m. We had the weatherman. You called the weatherman, Hank. You called the TV weatherman to come in and talk about the weather. And we knew there was only enough snow to track a cat.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
No, that's a 6:17.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
That's good to the right? John
Correct.
Goody?
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and
Wanted
do
to watch?
your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please?
Notice also, guys, the street light is on, so the street light is working, so that's even more illumination.
And could you play it?
People are talking about that taillight, but that is not Karen's car, so that taillight has nothing to do with this case.
If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Who's that on
Is
the
that
phone?
you there?
Who's that with the fur on the hood? Which one had the fur on the hood? Kerry Roberts or Jen McCabe? The person's on the phone. Texting. 6:19:30. Which one had the fur? Kerry? Oh, I'm getting conflicting information.
Yes.
Is that you there?
Is that him? You can really, can we see that plow all the way down at the top of the street there?
Yes.
Is that you there?
See flashing lights.
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Jen had
Could
the
we
fur?
go to 6:32:45, please?
Now this is 6:32:50.
Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please?
Can't see any, look how far away that truck is. You can't see anything.
Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That does not look like a truck.
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does
Okay.
not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please?
All you're doing here is proving how good his vision is, dude.
And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7:00, 22 seconds, please.
Seven o'clock and 12 seconds. Is this all new dash cam video? Because I don't remember this being shown.
Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
I've never seen this video either. Have you guys seen it? A whole new dash cam video just magically revealed itself. If you're confused about who's on the stand, please look at the banner that is scrolling at the bottom of your screen. It will tell you all the information you need to know.
Do you recognize that plow?
Do you recognize that plow?
Again, I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
It's so clear. It's the most clear of all the dash cam video. Here it is. The windshield wipers suck, but aside from that, this is pretty damn clear video. At 7:19:50 a.m. Amazing how clear it is, isn't it? Clear when they want it to be clear. When they want to
Was
make
that
it look
you,
like
sir?
Lucky
That
kept
was
writing
me.
it down.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up, I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours, could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer, they're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Have you
Since
received
last year when you testified?
Have you received any more focusing of targeting or harassment? What part of the fact that he never thought he was targeted or harassed do you not understand, Brennan? Do you see what he keeps doing? And then he keeps saying trial. Listen again. I got to get a new pad. I'm out of pad. I'm on my like 7th pad since this trial started.
Testimony last year, since your testimony last year, when you were describing Brian Albert.
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last
Trying
year,
to-
since your testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment? Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
What about from the other side? Can you ask him if he's on Twitter?
I have no further questions.
Ask him if he's on Twitter, David. King David. Because he wouldn't know if he's not on Twitter. Because the the hate carry people.
Asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
Great question.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes,
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes,
Finally, actually not finally, I've got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground,
Correct.
but perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right, and you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place,
Yes.
and the pole,
Correct.
and the base.
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
Oop, there it is. Does he have anything more?
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes? And
Correct.
when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it? It was based on your memory.
He said that's not what that's not
Not
what he
at
told them.
3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
Kerry Roberts does not drive a Ford Edge. Kerry Roberts was parked going the wrong way on the street, if I recall correctly. And where is the fact and evidence of what Kerry Roberts drive? It is not a Ford Edge. Similar to a Ford Edge?
I
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Objection.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
Objection.
Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
There was nothing
Correct.
about a dumpster
Right.
on the news.
But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case, as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yeah, approach. Approach. Coincidentally, that was the same day that the blogger put out he said he
Showing
doesn't,
you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
boy, they really want to get Turtle Boy.
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you?
Why don't you take a little look? Why don't you patronize him a little bit more? The judge's face.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Yes, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like to come sidebar?
So the June 5th of 2023, which allegedly maybe is an article by Aiden Carney, is the same day that he spoke with the defense investigator. Okay. There's Ted Daniel, Sue O'Connell. There's Aiden Carney right there in the coral or pinkish shirt. He's looking around like, oh, really? Now you want to go have a sidebar about me and my article from June 5th of 2023? Paul Munn says good versus evil. Can't be a coincidence that this diverse cast of amazing witnesses have come together. Dr. Russell, Nicholas Barrows, and Lucky to see justice done. We have a little room to scooch here. They're all at sidebar. I can see the attorneys. They're taking the jury out. I guess Hank Brennan wants to argue something or do a little voir dire of Lucky. Sidebar. They're still at sidebar. Boy, they really want to convict Aiden Carney of something. They want to get any sworn testimony on the record to help their case. You think Hank Brennan's not working with the special prosecutor to prosecute Aiden Carney? Remember the pretrial motions where he tried to get communications between David Yannetti and Karen? We have a little room to scooch, so we're going to try and catch up to real time if we can, which prevents spoilers in the chat. There's Gretchen Voss all the way on the left with the blonde hair at the high top. She's the reporter who interviewed Karen for Boston Magazine. I think that's Gretchen Voss, is it? Look at us on real time. Well done to us. Becky says, I'm sorry, Lucky was too busy watching the road to not his watch. Hank, you can't get blood out of a stone. Well done, Becky. Thank you, Welcha. Mikey D's new mascot is a clown. Thanks for your 10. Lucifer Lanky Hank says, Jules Cupcakes, free Professor Karen Reed. Lulu pointing out this is how a person telling the truth testifies. Notice he isn't defensive. Take note, Dever. Welch says, my 3-year-old granddaughter, Leighton, just asked me if I was watching Donald Duck. Talking about Brennan. That's hilarious. Becky says, Hanky, stop and listen to us. Lucky is honest. We know you don't like honest people, but hard luck. Can't get blood out of a stone. Again. Beth says, of course he would glance at their door. He knows who they are and has been there several times. That's his route. Ask where the dumpster was. I bet Hank is lying, says Kelly. Janet says, Hank's the one pressuring and threatening him. Answer in, I would make note and remember if I saw a dead body. Dumpster? I see dumpsters every day. Not noteworthy. Who would remember that? Hank is so... Yeah, listen, what is he talking about? Is he a proof that there was a dumpster somewhere? Yeah, Proctor had a meltdown on the stand because he thinks it's all about him. Consciousness of guilt much, says Chloe Albert's Revenge. Gen X has made some nicknames, Sister Marie Russell and St. Lucy St. Lucky Lockman. St. Lucy, I think you meant to say Lucky. It's a typo. Dr. Wolf's Dimples wants to know how Hank can sleep at night. He's so rude. Your guess is as good as mine. Bostonian now says, did you see Bev eyeballing the jury and taking notes? I did see her taking notes. I didn't see her eyeball the jury because I was taking notes too, which reminds me, I need to get another pad. So just hang tight. I'm going to leave this up. I'll be right back. Well, I guess they're on a short break right now. So you got me. Hi, Laura. Laura says that you and Vinny both have 106,000 members. Congrats, you did it. I had a super secret competition to reach more subscribers than Vinny Politan from Court TV. He has his own YouTube channel, and I've been a fan of Vinny's for a long time. So it was a friendly competition that he really knew nothing about. And that's crazy. If you're not a subscriber, please hit the subscribe button. It's free. And you'll help a girl out in her private quest. I love Vinny. Thank you so much, Laura. Yeah, I guess we're neck and neck now. I was trailing him by, I don't know, 20,000 subscribers or 10,000 for a long time. And then it's nice to see that we're catching up. Thanks to all of you. Thank you to a couple of people on Venmo. Paula, thank you. Said, I heard Brennan say to Barrows over here, then Jackson called a sidebar. I saw that too, floating around socials last night. Linda says, I'm the best. Thanks, Linda. Betsy, I'm sorry, says Lucky's going to crush it with fingers crossed. Love you. I think he did crush it. He's still crushing it. Crushing it like Frankentruck. Nancy is at the beach on vacation, sitting here writing Free Karen Reed and listening to my favorite commentator lawyer. It's going to be a perfect day. I just know. Thanks, Mel. Oh, thanks, Nancy. Sandra, is it illegal for Hank to lie about prior testimony? I know cops can do it, but can trial lawyers? It's unethical. Is there a specific rule against it in Massachusetts? I find him to be very misleading. I wouldn't say lying. There's nothing illegal about it. It's not technically, it's not a crime. But because Cross is done with leading questions, I have to go back and watch Barrows again yesterday, but I felt like he tried to lead Barrows into a trap too, didn't he? And we're seeing a lot of that from him. Because I guess most witnesses think that a lawyer's not going to lie to you or try and mislead you when they're asking you a question. Like, I can't remember now right off the top of my head what it was about Barrows, but it'll come to me. My memory is faulty. I'm having false memories. And I conflate both trials because I've been here for both seasons and I've watched season 1 multiple times. Sometimes they conflate. Thank you, Jonas. He says, I haven't done one work task in 27 days. Thank you. I won't tell if you don't. Your secret's safe with me. Stephanie says the Edge was out front at 3:30 a.m. That's why Jen told 911 that John had been outside for a couple of hours. They were going to say he went to walk home at 3:30 or 4 and got hit by the plow. Lucky is lucky that they changed the plan once Karen mentioned her taillight damage. That's a theory, Stephanie. Ludmila says, Melanie, I screamed so loud on my car when Lucky stood up to Big Bully Breenan. He's still on the stand. He's still under cross. There was a sidebar about Turtle Boy's article from June of 2023. I'm not sure what that article was about. Zargo says, Lucky is a breath of fresh air. I grew up in Massachusetts, marking myself safe from the Commonwealth as I now live in Los Angeles. You are one of the brave ones. Well, Zargo, you live on the best coast now, so you are the lucky ones. Thank you, Lynn, also for your very kind Venmo. Julie, thanks for your 10. Says, my boyfriend has worked Department of Public Works for 20 years in our town. I'm going to ask him what he watches for when he's plowing during the night. Central New York, we get more snow than Mass. Yeah, he's got to watch out for the fire hydrants because that's not going to move. The portable basketball net that's on wheels could move, and he hit the net part of it. We didn't hear that during season 1. Did we know that it was the net part that he caught on his truck? And he just misjudged the distance. Doesn't make him blind. The times don't matter so much to me with this witness, as does the fact that he didn't even come on duty until 2:30 a.m., which is 2 hours post alleged motor vehicle accident. And there was no body on the lawn at that time. And he could see all the way to the front door. So I don't care when that body was put there. It wasn't there at 2:30 a.m. Because he called in his supervisor to report it about the basketball net. Turtle Boy said his article is about corruption. So thank you, Julie, for your 10. Dr. Wolf's Dimple says when it's your job to see that far, it's normal. Yep. You have to appreciate the irony of a snotty, hanky chief harassing Lucky about his memory of time when he can't even decide when the crime happened. So true. Thank you, Chloe Albert's revenge. He didn't have to plow around a dumpster. That's right, Super CBD. And he plowed around that Ford Edge. And even though he told that to the Massachusetts State Police, they never investigated it. In fact, I think 90% of the interview that they did of Lucky, which is the only one, like I said, that they recorded on audio, 90% of it was about Turtle Boy, aka Aiden Carney, the blogger that they keep really, really, really wanting to talk about. And they want to force, or Brendan does, Brendan wants to force Lucky into saying that he was harassed by Turtle Boy. And he's like, no, I don't feel that way. Well, you were threatened. No, I wasn't threatened either. Not one cop rendering aid to John O'Keefe. I guess that's when you were looking at the dash cam video. Dr. Wolf Dimples says Jen had the fur and had her phone. There's so much conflicting information in the chat that I can't be sure who has the fur right now, but I thought it was Kerry also. I thought it was Kerry, I thought Jen had the one without the, but I don't want to get it wrong, so I don't want to give you misinformation because I don't do that. Amand, good morning. Thanks for your 5. I apologize if we covered this. Why was there no body cam footage that night with so many cops at the scene, or was there? No. Canton PD could not afford body cams. I think they have them now. I think they just rolled out that program. And I don't think any of the MSP were wearing body cams either, but the chat knows. But no, we've never seen any body cam footage. Just doesn't exist. Shell says, someone reported my support of Karen Reed and the criticism of the EMTs to my work. You're a paramedic? These people know no bounds. I've always been fair and professional. That's horrible that that happened to you. Shell. Kathleen, all the videos look clear to me. Just Machado said they have new screens in the courtroom and they're much better than the last trial. Yeah, but it's the video that is concerning me, Kathleen, because we've seen other video on these same screens during this trial, and some of them are very blurry, especially the Sallyport video. Lesson plans and legal drama says, I believe Lucky did an amazing job. I think that he stayed calm and answered the questions directly. Good job, Lucky. We need more people in the world like you who tell the truth. Takes a lot of guts for him to get up there. 6 boys in the Albert family. They grew up in that house, 34 Fairview. 6 boys. People have written to me who live in town. Many people who live in Canton are scared to speak out with good reason. Apparently, all the boys in town wanted to be the Alberts, and all the girls in town wanted to marry the Alberts. They were like high school royalty, people say. Jennifer McCabe was voted best looking in her high school class at Canton High. Did you guys know that? No digs about her looks, but I'm just saying, this is like the cool kids in high school that want to be the cool kids in the town forever, maybe want to be. People have said that they are very powerful. And some people are afraid of them. And yet Hank tries to go down the road of Lucky being afraid of Turtle Boy. And he is, I don't know if he's a fan, but he says he knows about his work. See if Turtle Boy is tweeting from the court room. He says, they're currently reading a printout of my article at Sidebar. This was 25 minutes ago. I cannot believe Spanky was dumb enough to make Lucky's testimony all about me. He says, the live show tonight is going to be lit. And then he posted a picture of himself. And he says, I mean, you got to see this because, you know, we like receipts here. And also, it's crazy in a good way. Hang on. Nobody has brought more attention to this case than Aiden Carney, love him or hate him. He wouldn't give up. He wouldn't give up. He kept reporting on this case. He's facing, I think 10 of his charges were dismissed, but he's still facing something like 10 felony witness intimidation charges. And he posted this picture. Said, the face when you make when you own Spanky or something that's like that. Live court is on a short break. The caption to that said, the face you make when you own Spanky's brain. His article he says, my article Canton Cover Up Part 47 has officially been entered into the trial as evidence. The title of that trial is Canton Cover Up Part 47. Plow driver who went by 34 Fairview Road and never reported seeing a body is Selectman's brother. So that's interesting too. Lucky Loughran's brother sits on the Canton Town Board with Chris Albert. And says Selectman's brother, friends with Albert family. If you want to read that, you can find that at tbdailynews.com. And it's entitled Canton Cover Up Part 47. Plow driver who went by 34 Fairview Road and never reported seeing a body is Selectman's brother, friends with Albert family. I mean, he was trying to do them a solid by not calling it in and having their forward edge towed. He wouldn't budge. To me, this is the best witness for the defense so far. Unshakable. He's unshakable. Barros, even yesterday, seemed to be a little shakeable on cross. Brennan did the best with what he was given, and it was made him, not really change his testimony, but he didn't seem as confident in his testimony by the end of that cross. The redirect was great. But Lucky can't be shaken. Is it just me? No shook. Aiden is he's already said that he's going to plead the fifth if he's called, so they're not going to call him. That was done in open court at sidebar one day in front of the judge. Barry Riven says, in a town of McAlberts, be a lucky. Saran Fish says, just a thought, Melanie, but if you ever published your notes from this trial, I would so buy a copy. Anyone else? No, I don't think I would ever do that. I'm not a writer. Nixon says, this game of ID the plow and his implication is so stupid. Anyone who lives here knows people hire private plows to do their driveway. Thanks, Nixon. Magnolia Gypsy, huh? Thought this was the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Looks like they have called the wrong case this morning. Yeah. Strong legs of all things to be remembered from this. Hank is nasty. Lucky is a stand-up guy. Lunchbox Lally and Happy Meal Hank says, I'm 1 minute behind, but knowing not everyone agrees with Turtle Boy's demeanor, they want to get his article in. Another Hail Mary by Hank, I bet. Bev's bias is obvious. Listen, when you got nothing else, use all of Karen Reed's interview clips that you think are damaging against her and try your hardest to bring in Turtle Boy. Thank you, Janine, for being a member for 10 months. Did you see my career? I mean, a dumpster? Brennan, says Lindsay Porter. Well done. Lisa says, I didn't watch trial 1. In watching this trial, the difference in demeanor between the Commonwealth witnesses and the defense witnesses tells me everything. Cheryl with an S is here from the buffer zone. Hey, buffer zone friends. Hope you're all doing well. In Lucky and Barrows, we trust. Free Karen and Turtle Boy. Thank you, Deneen. Lori Live 360 for the win. How are you, Lori? Thanks for your 10. I believe Hanky is referencing the dumpster that is the Alberts used for the remodel. I miss not chatting, but you're a superstar now. Love it for you. Oh, you can chat, Lori. I see you. RRB girl. I'm not sure if this is RRB girl. Mr. Brennan, the only dumpster I remember seeing is the one on fire in this courtroom. Well done, girl. Well done. I see what you're doing here. All right, they're coming back. You hear the sound up. Thanks, Private Info, for your 20. Doesn't know how Brennan can sleep at night. I think a lot of people agree with you, Vet Girl, with a 50, another 50. Hold, Lucky. Anyone can get a gifted membership for free without joining. You're talking about Turtle Boy? Prayers, Lucky, hold. Thank you, Vet Girl. You're very generous today and every day.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
What are we doing? Is the jury back?
Sorry, I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Oh.
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that before, shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip.
Open and obvious. Nothing. This is so grasping at wet paper straws. You know how much I hate paper straws. McDonald's needs to up their game. They're useless, those paper straws. Wet paper straws he's grasping at now.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Lucky's having none of it. That girl again says, isn't this about Officer John O'Keefe? It's supposed to be.
Video that I'll stop after a certain point.
It's supposed to be.
Exhibit 71.
Thank you, Midnight Mike, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing.
And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
What? I can't see it. I'll full screen this for you.
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down.
Is it all the way down someone's driveway?
Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
Private pictures.
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Oh boy,
Yes.
this is opening a lot of
And
doors.
you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even used to deliver peaches to 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern it could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother,
Yes.
you care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you worked for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that.
Trying to out you that you work for Chris Albert?
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
Discouraging?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
At
Correct.
trial, he said it again. This man is not lying.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
Yeah, right?
You were no longer being harassed, you were being praised.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
Embracing
It
process.
was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. Come to sidebar and make this very brief, please.
Beth says, thanks for your 20. Elizabeth Little is reminding me of Kim on Better Call Saul. Maybe she can play her in the movie. Elizabeth Little is a member of the defense team. Is that who you're talking about? People have said that I remind them of Kim on Better Call Saul. So I just don't know if you misspoke or if you think because Kim on Better Call Saul is far older than Eliza Little. But either way, I'll allow it. Well, if it's to play me, I'll allow it. But not if she's too old to be playing Eliza Little. Heir apparent says, you wait, Brendan's going to say whatever dirt there is on Lucky to shame him. I will be even more revolted than I already am if that happens.
So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
You're right, Chastity. Brendan keeps bringing up the same questions the defense team did, literally using the same words. The only difference is these witnesses are not liars like his, so it makes no sense. I know. Cherie says Hank is cruel and unlikable. Lindsay G, for the love of God,
I just
Hank,
showed
this
you a
man is
photograph.
grieving.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
He said he never felt attacked.
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
Oh, that's Rita. Lucky
Take
and
that
Rita.
down, please. Thank you for your time.
They've got shirts that say something about Lucky on it.
Sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say, The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lockman, you are all set, sir.
You're all set, Lucky. Lucky was amazing, and Lucky we trust. That was amazing.
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
Karina
Do you need to see me
Kolakifis.
before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
King David will be the one to question Karina Kolakifis. And I have heard that there's going to be some bombshells in her testimony this time. So this is going to be interesting. You're not going to want to miss this. I don't know what they are. No spoilers. And so we're here for it. Storm Dancer wants to know, where's the motor vehicle crash operator report? No report, no crash. Nope. They never made one. They never made one. It was never done, despite the fact that it's a law. This is a fatality. Pedestrian fatality of a Boston police officer. No motor vehicle accident report was ever filed. They did not want insurance investigators coming in and investigating this lack of a car accident because they have very, very skilled accident reconstruction experts at auto insurance companies. It was never done. Steve Miller, fly like an eagle. Time keeps on slipping. Thanks, MH. Trevor says, what is law enforcement? Asking for my friend Chaka. Well done, Trevor. Had Dexter up in the corner for a little while. We'll switch him out. Thank you, Shannon, who's been here for 13 months. Love you with all of my heart. Karen, thanks for your super sticker. Lindsay G, thank you again.
Certification.
EW 305, is Hank or any prosecutor allowed to literally lie and say things you didn't say just to try and get you confused? I think that we covered that earlier. Thank you, KW Dread.
Follow me.
That wasn't the right car, so that does not apply. Here's Karina Kolakifis. Love.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakifis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakifis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakifis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or had they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughters' teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, like that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
Oh,
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game or if they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After like sporting, like after play dates or, yeah, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, you know, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza or the girls would be like, hey, Mom, you know, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, you know, come over the house and like, you know,
Okay.
do stuff
Now,
like that.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing, we knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together, so that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly, didn't like go out with him, but we were friends. Like we saw him all the time. He would, you know, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020.
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
notice she didn't point at her.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day
So that day I worked.
as a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I went home first. I had bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And, excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go, keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time?
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
I like Karen.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and/or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time, Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the, like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a height, I don't remember where we were. We were talking, we were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember how, like if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right, and your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay, that actually was the question. I'm sorry, this is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right, so in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
when they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we queue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that point there, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach the 15?
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wick. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay.
Okay, if you're not watching your screen, Brian Higgins has his back to us in the video. He's got that logo on the back of his sweatshirt that we pointed out in the Canton Sallyport video. He's a rather large man. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, if that helps you reference. Karina is Karina is sitting to his right, and she's in profile. See if I can move the captions a little bit for you so you can see better. Rolling.
So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
you're, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I
Interesting.
point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And then-
I think you had said something else?
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of
of-
the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play.
Okay, so it looks like Karen and John are standing at, I think there's a bar right there. So Karen's clearly got her back to Higgins. It looks like he's looking at the back of her head. And I think that's Jen McCabe right across the high top from Higgins. Let's see what happens next. There it is, the kiss
Stop.
on the forehead.
What do you see?
The kiss
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play first.
He's watching. Higgins is watching this happen. There's no timestamp for us to see. When did he text her, well?
Okay, you can stop and we can take that down.
Again. He did it again. He kissed her on the forehead again. 11:30, 6:58. That's when the kiss on the, what was the well text from Higgins?
Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Don't guess. Only tell me if you know for
How
sure.
long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you have, you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
And excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec, thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink, I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
He also just put something in his back right pocket, the one that appeared ripped when they held up the jeans. Watch, I just want to take that back a little scooch so you can see it, and then we'll go back to real time. But watch his right arm. Looks like he's putting something in that pocket. Could be his wallet. Could be his phone.
For a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink, I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play.
My point is the pocket wasn't ripped if he was putting something in it, right?
If we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We
Oh,
have
I'm
it
sorry.
now, we might
Okay.
as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay, so that's me.
All right, Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay, continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh,
Looks like John is looking at the interaction between Higgins Albert that we saw by the
play.
kind of closer
Stop.
to the door.
Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay, keep playing.
The other group of men.
And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started.
Genius
previous
to have her
discussion.
narrate this. Genius. And he looks like he's drinking out of a beer bottle, by the way, John O'Keefe. And watch Nicole in the plaid walking out with a
Stop.
White Claw can.
You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am
Okay.
able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle.
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
To his left.
I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Objection.
Sustained.
She knows where the bar is. She can
Okay.
testify to that.
Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
Play it
He
again.
waved his arm.
Back it up for a second, Mr. Wolf,
Play it
please.
again, Sam. Notice Brian Albert has a skull cap on. Looks like it.
Stop. Did you see a motion that,
He put his left arm up.
okay? Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
What does he appear to be doing?
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
Oh, did you see he just put his forehead over his head? His hand over his forehead like this? Come on, come on. It looks like he's going, come on. He's saying, come on.
Okay, we
Go.
can stop there.
And then he's pointing at the door.
Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Cromwell versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood.
The video speaks for itself.
Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a sec. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play.
Larry says that's a let's step outside motion. I've seen it many times. John's still drinking his beer. He's over by the bar. Karen and Karina are talking to the right of the screen, closer to the bar area. Higgins, Brian Albert, and Chris Albert have already left. And the timestamp on this video is 11:59. But I think we did hear that maybe it was the timestamp at CF McCarthy's was off.
When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
she looked to her right, like
I'm going
Brennan.
to sustain the objection.
Like Brennan got up or something.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange.
You're coming with me.
It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road.
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road Cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
She didn't think she was drunk. She didn't think she was drunk. Jennifer McCabe put her arm around Karen and said, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." Some people in the chat are pointing out that it's like the motion that they were making was like, "Get out here in the parking lot."
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Oh, let's see if he can be mean to her, or if he chooses to be mean
Good
to her.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you.
There was nothing bombshell that we didn't hear the last trial.
So why don't I seek counsel regarding scheduling?
Well, that was all he's got to say. I mean, that was the shortest cross he's ever done. I want to hear that again.
No further questions, thank you. Different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis.
Shortest cross in history. Trying to get out that John was such a nice guy, so proud. And you know what happened after John's death? Rumor has it Jennifer McCabe did not want or wanted Kaylee to go to Canton High, and she did not
Actually, Mr.
go to
Manning
Bishop
just-
Fian, which is sad because that is really what John wanted for his niece, was for her to go to Bishop Fian because it was very prestigious. He was so happy.
I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short, and if they could just, Paul, they could just go back for maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back.
All right, so they're sending the jury out for 10 minutes. She wants to be done by 1. Everybody was in a good mood. She was getting kisses on the forehead. They were not fighting. Brennan wants everyone to think that they were in this big fight over Bella's mom. Karina said she was drinking a clear liquid, Karen was, and she seemed fine to drive. She said she seemed okay. Jury's been sent out for a minute. They are on sidebar. And I think she said she wants to be out by 1. That was excellent testimony. Today's been a great day for the defense, a great day. Lucky Lochran, the plow driver, could not be shooketh. Hank Brennan tried his best, couldn't do it. Karina, one of my favorite witnesses from trial 1, was back. hit another home run. Will Wallace says, just an observation, but thus far, all the witnesses from the defense have been 100% believable, likable, and appear to be decent citizens, whereas the Commonwealth witnesses have all been 100% hella sketchy. Thank you, Will, for your 10 and your thoughts. Found Sheep, thank you for your super sticker. Led Zeppelin fan crying. She captured such a meaningful moment. She did. Miss Black 1909. I'm catching up with Lucky's Cross at 6 p.m. in Poland. So good evening to you in the chat. It scares me as I think the fix is in. I mean, does Lucky know? Does he have any idea that perhaps he might have been the fall guy, if not for Karen mentioning that she had cracked her taillight that morning? Found Sheep, thanks for becoming a member. Debbie, a first trial watcher. Seems like those that didn't go to the O'Keefe's were the ones with heads on their shoulders. The Commonwealth witnesses were so defensive. Love to you back. Just say no to sideswipe volunteering said the well text from Higgins to Karen was at 11:32. And then the kiss on the forehead, if I go back to my notes, was at 11:36. So he texts well at 11:32, if that's accurate. 4 minutes later, she's getting a kiss on the forehead, and he's motioning to John O'Keefe a little bit after that to come outside. And Chris Albert even knows what's up. He's trying to hold him back. That was around 11:58. Remember, Higgins had been drinking for 2 days. He went to New York City for a funeral of a fallen NYPD officer. Drove back with Brian Albert in the car all the way from New York to back to Canton. And, they could have been drinking for days. Higgins testified in season 1 that he left 34 Fairview because they didn't have any whiskey and he doesn't like beer. Thank you. Life goes on, 11:32. Nitka Dick, the jury needed to hear this with a broken heart emoji. Thank you. Any band members on the witness list? I don't think so, but chat, you can let me know if you know whether there are any. Don't name the person, but if you know that there are any band members on the witness list, let me know. I don't believe that there are. People are saying that Jen wanted Karina to turn against Karen. That was the rumored testimony that we were going to hear today. That may have been excluded at sidebar as hearsay. Ms. Holmes says that John O'Keefe's pocket was cut with scissors at the hospital. I didn't hear any testimony about that. Who testified to that? I've never heard any testimony to that effect, Ms. Holmes. If you have, can point me in a direction where I can find that out, let me know. Hot for the Hillside says no band members are on the list. Heather says the kiss on the forehead is very sweet, but John O'Keefe also making it clear to Brian Higgins that Karen is his, in my opinion. That's a great take. Because we saw Brian Higgins looking right at him when those 2 kisses on the forehead happened. It looked like there were 2. Thanks, Travis, for becoming a new member. And then Misha said, oh crap, like Jen knew Higgins wanted to fight John and was getting Karen out of the way. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, the more I watch this, the more it seems that the relationship ran hot and cold, but John still held it an impulse or had an impulse to fight for his girlfriend, in my opinion. Stephanie Flynn said, see her eyes, meaning Karina's like, what, nothing? I'm assuming that's what one of the sidebars was about that we can't hear. And whatever it was that they wanted to have her testify to was not allowed in. But preserved for the record. Karma Matters, Justice for John O'Keefe from Canada. This is why people can't talk about rumors of what's going to happen with a witness, because Hank got wind and ensured there was no recross. Yep. Could be. Except, you mean redirect? There was no redirect? D'Artagnan, did anyone notice Brennan said Officer John O'Keefe's daughter, not niece, when he said John was happy about the school? I did not. I did not notice that, and I usually pick up everything that he says incorrectly, so thanks for that. Vanessa, the 11:36 kiss definitely set Higgins off. Sidebar chick, I've had my hubby come out of nowhere to hug and kiss me because he's noticed a guy checking me out. He's marking his turf. Yep. In my opinion, John O'Keefe was thumbing his nose. Tell me what you think about that, ladies. Marking his territory. Sidebar chick, great observation. KW Dread said they said he kissed her forehead twice, right? I don't know if they said twice. I saw it twice in the video. I thought Karina said once, but I'm not sure. Norman says he does it all the time, marking his territory. USMC 6553 says, yep, my husband does it too. Meningus says, for all intents and purposes, John did claim the children and took care of them. Might as well be daughter and son to him. Be in trouble 31. My opinion is Jen was going to argue with or fight Karen, and the guys were going to get John. I don't know. Does Jen seem to be like a fighter? Like she would throw hands? Irish Deb said, I would say that's why Brennan's cross was unusually short. He didn't want to open the door. Ghost 43881. That's what Turtle Boy last night was talking about. Supporting buddy's killing the case with his words. The DA keeps using his words as a weapon against Karen. I don't know. I didn't watch the show, so I don't know. I just heard rumblings. You guys were telling me that there was going to be some big bombshells in this testimony, and I didn't hear it. But that's what you guys were saying, so I don't know. Lori says, Higgins couldn't stand it. Therefore, well, why you being all lovey-dovey with John O'Keefe if, you and I were supposed to have a future together? Karen. Bites, not bites. Says, agreed. Had my boyfriend come behind me on a dance floor, and I turned so quick he almost got smacked. I didn't see him coming. Wise Gal 81 says, I don't believe for a second that Higgins and Albert were upstairs just looking at pictures. Sue O'Connell's tweets. All right, let's see what she's got to say. Do you know that there's something good in there, or are you just curious? Two minutes ago, Sue O'Connell says we can hear cheering outside in the courtroom. So somebody's cheering outside. 1 minute ago, Sue O'Connell says, I'm told by my colleague the cheering is from Free Karen Reed folks for Kolakithis as she left the courthouse. A little bit prior to that, Sue O'Connell tweets, the juror who never takes notes is watching the video intently. The jurors who were all locked to the screen apparently are paying attention when that waterfall video was put on the screen. All but the one juror who doesn't take notes writes when Kolakithis says that Karen did not appear drunk. According to Sue O'Connell. The jurors laughed when Yannetti said, well, you left to the waterfall because you're in court today. That was great. Several jurors wrote or were writing or wrote down when Kolakithis says the waterfall. To laugh when Yannetti says you gave your husband the stiff arm. All right, they're coming back to the table. Don says she deserves A cheer. Debbie says, imagine giving someone praise for being honest. Yeah. There hasn't been a whole lot of honesty in this trial with regard to the witnesses. Massachusetts says, wonder if Karen talking to Keith is about Brian Higgins' situation, and is that what they suppress? I don't know. That conversation between them at the table? I'm not sure. Christine loves Lucky. Catch me outside. It could be anybody, says. Maybe John already knew about Higgins, and Karen showed him the text at 11:32. Then John delivered kisses to Karen in front of Higgins at 11:35, marking his territory. Male testosterone is strong. A lot of you guys are pointing that out. Excellent observations. You are the mirror jury. Lori Viking Toast. Sleuth, the Fairview House primary bedroom is on the front top left corner. Yes, that's been pointed out. Closest bedroom to the flagpole. Yes, that's been pointed out to the jury too. Unconscionable. See photos and picture. Yeah, we've been through the Zillow listing, and it also shows the gym equipment in the basement. And the jury has also visited the scene, so they know how small that front yard is. There's no way, in my opinion, that Brian Albert did not know what was happening outside. Because remember, in this trial, there's another new detail. There's a call from Jennifer McCabe at 5:07 to her sister, Nicole Albert, wife of Brian Albert. That is 38 seconds long. We didn't know about that in season 1. She claims she didn't, either she claims she didn't make the call or nobody picked up. I think she claims she didn't make the call. It's in her phone records. I hope the jury's putting
I
the
just
pieces
realized that
together.
I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're gonna keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers, everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off.
Tomorrow off?
Right, so we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
So no jury tomorrow. Does that mean no court at all tomorrow? Or does that just mean that we're going to be arguing in court tomorrow? Is there court for us? See if they come back and have anything to say. It's okay. We have a bunch of filings and jury instructions to catch up on. So if there's no court at all tomorrow, we can do that. We always have things to talk about. So we will not be off technically, even if court is not in session at all.
Jury's exit the court, please be seated.
All right. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion, it's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied.
Oh,
Okay. All right. I just saw that was the one that was still outstanding.
she's denied the motion to reconsider having Michael Easter testify. Wait, did she say I'll see you in the morning? Hold on. Wait a second. She has denied the motion to reconsider allowing Michael Easter
But
to testify.
that was the one that was still outstanding. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
I guess everybody gets off tomorrow because, it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. They just got Wi-Fi before season 1 in that courthouse. It's something like 200 years old, that courthouse. And she has denied the defense's motion to allow Michael Easter, the police procedural expert, to testify on behalf of the defense. Because really, this is not about a fair trial for Karen Reed. Really, this is about protecting other people like the McCabe's, the Alberts, perhaps the district attorney. Everybody wants to cover their ass here. And this is not about a fair trial for the defendant, which is a constitutional right to a fair trial. Nope. We went over the papers yesterday. I didn't see any opposing papers from Brennan yesterday, but the motion's been denied because the jury should not just know what proper police procedure is. You'll get a chance to cross-examine all of the witnesses, and you can prove that it was a bad investigation because, they'll tell you they didn't. We read the papers yesterday. Welch says, I now realize why the good Lord made me a mommy of 5 and a GG of 12 instead of attending law school. I do not have the patience for stupid. It's hard. It's hard. Heidi, Alberts were busy cleaning up the crime scene inside and didn't come outside. People think that. Coco was a cleaner. Nobody has been called to testify from inside the house other than Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabe. Camille, tomorrow, Kevin Costner update. Oh, I don't know. There's still a lot to cover here. We'll see. I have to get a hold of that lawsuit. I haven't looked, to be honest. I haven't looked for it yet. If anybody has a copy of the complaint against Kevin Costner for the alleged unscripted sex scene in the filming of the Horizon movie by the stunt double, please feel free to, my inbox is open. It was filed in LA Superior Court. I just haven't had a chance to look for it yet. Fight the Fix says why Jen wanted them to adult after party. He does not come back out, and Karen calls him a perv. What does Bev not let in? Canton Confidential. Thanks, Tracy, for becoming a member. I thought today was a stellar day. Best day for the defense so far in all 27 days of trial. Today, in my opinion, was the best day for the defense. Lucky Loughran testified. He is the plow driver. He's been the plow driver on Fairview for many, 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 many years. He said that when he went by twice at 34 Fairview, there was no body on the lawn. Brennan tried to shake him up, that he changed the times that he went by Fairview. Tell me if you think that he stood up to that. I do. Tried to bring up the fact that, trying to make it look like he was lying in order to not be harassed by Turtle Boy. Lori Viking Toast, doesn't Bev have to explain why she denies the motion? No. Sometimes she issues a written decision. Very rarely is it written. Sometimes she just scribbles denied on the motion papers and files it in the court. She has very wide judicial discretion, and she absolutely uses it. Dr. Wolf's Dimples says, I think the Ford Edge driver went through the side gate. If you look at the Zillow photos on this house, there's a gate on both sides of the house. As you're standing in the street looking towards 34 Fairview, there is a gate. It's a white fence, and there's a gate to the left of the house that is like a double door gate, big enough that you could drive a car through. Or perhaps if you wanted to put a boat back there, you could do that. There's also an opening, an entrance to the backyard on the right side of the garage as you're looking at the street facing the house. And so we don't know why the Ford Edge was there. We don't know why it was never investigated. But we do know, according to Lucky, it was there. And he didn't call it in because he was trying to do the Alberts a favor. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. We need to hit the like button, though, because there's over 22,000 people watching, over 23,000. And what we really need is more likes because it helps push the video out, helps the algorithm, helps the girl out. It's a nice thing to do. It's like wiping your feet on the mat when you come into someone's house. Crafty Councilwoman says, I wish Yannetti would have cleared it up with Lucky that the dumpster was in the driveway and not in the yard, which would make it much less memorable. Well, I mean, the jury saw the photo. I don't know. I don't remember if it was a still photo or if it was a video, but wasn't the dumpster all the way at the top of the driveway, close to that person's house? Like, it's just stupid. It was a stupid argument. He had nothing else. He was grasping at wet paper straws. We don't know who owned the Ford Edge because nobody ever investigated it. We do know that several of the Alberts own a Ford Edge. We do know that Colin Albert, when he was pulled over at wherever he was going to college for a bit, was pulled over driving a Ford Edge that was registered to, I think, his mom or his dad, Chris or Julie. And we do know also, didn't also Brian Albert own a Ford Edge? Or one of the Alberts? A lot of the Alberts have them. Apparently, it's a very popular car. Pamela says Melanie Canton is watching, too afraid to hit the like button. No one's going to know who you are. It's anonymous if you hit the like button. Oh, is that what you're afraid of? Okay. It's anonymous. Nobody can get your DNA either. Tricity said they were smart and slipped some procedure questions to Barrows. Did you notice that? Yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. They're canceling court because it's hot. Yes, it's hot and because they're ahead of schedule. So they decided to give the jury the day off, which is great for the defense because they need more time. It's always good to have more time in the middle of trial. Lisa says Nicole Albert's testimony listed make and model and who owned each car. When she mentioned Brian Albert, all she said was he has a work car / vehicle. And Lisa is telling us that's a dark Ford Edge. Lucky wasn't asked this time about the color of the Ford Edge. I remember he was in the season 1. And yeah, exactly. I'm Cora, not Chloe. It's only an acknowledgement, not a like button. Exactly. It's just an acknowledgement that you like the stream. Thank you, Christine, for your 10. Lou Ferguson says, great day. I want to know what Chris Albert was saying to Higgy boy at that door when he kept grabbing his arm. And remember, this is like the third or fourth time that the jury has been shown that video. CB Cardish, I've enjoyed watching this trial through you, Melanie. Keep up the good work. I'm glad I'm glad you found me too. Somebody else said earlier in the comments that they found me through Lawyer, which is great because I did do a show with Peter. Turtle Boy was here before. He said the crowd outside is amazing today and spirits are high. Legal Onlooker said, tell Hank the only pressure to Lucky to change his testimony is from him. Thank you for that. I think a lot of people are seeing it. And Karma knows your address. Says Deneen as well. Karma's coming for you, Hank Brennan. No, I don't think that was Officer Barrows sitting by Paul O'Keefe in the courtroom. I don't think that he would be sitting on that side of the courtroom. That's for sure. Why can't they speak about the first trial? Laura wants to know. Because in the interest of fairness, I mean, listen, anybody who's living in Norfolk County doesn't know that there was a Karen retrial 1 has been living under a rock. And those people are people that you would not want on your jury anyway. But it could be more prejudicial than probative. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they're not supposed to know about the first trial, and the attorneys are not supposed to mention it. If a witness brings it up organically, it's different, like Lucky did, and some of the other witnesses did. But this time, Hank Brennan can't mention the first trial. So I don't know. I had a couple of thoughts that I wrote down here. Now, if I could find them or read them, that would be amazing. Yeah, the fact that Brennan was openly exploiting many of the witnesses' grief is disgusting to me. When he was saying, about how you must have known that you were being harassed. Didn't people tell you? And Lucky had to say, my wife passed away. I was focusing on my grief. And then Brennan said, okay, but still, it was gross. It was gross, in my opinion. He kept saying how Lucky was celebrated. You were celebrated, right? Didn't you like that? Insinuating that, you want to be celebrated again, don't you? Like you want your fame and fortune. And he held firm on that. He's like, yeah, no. Tried to drill down on compensation that he'd be receiving. I don't know. People were putting in the chat that there might have been some sort of GoFundMe for him at some point. I don't know. But they did show a picture of him with Rita Lombardi she was wearing like a Lucky t-shirt with like a shamrock on it. That guy's Lucky's not looking for fame and fortune from this case. I think that seemed very, very apparent from his testimony, in my opinion. And I just don't think that all of the perhaps different times that Lucky said in different statements are really going to land with the jury. That's not where the seconds count here. The seconds count in the Commonwealth timeline. The most important part about Lucky's testimony is that he passed by 34 Fairview twice after the time when it is now alleged that Karen hit and killed John O'Keefe. First time being after 2:30 a.m. because that's when he just came on shift at 2:30. That's when his shift started. And he did not see a body on the lawn. You saw that truck. You saw how high up it is, Franken truck. Huge. So he said, look at Jess Machado's tweet. Oh, current situation with a photo of what's going on outside the courtroom. I mean, outside the courthouse. Hang on. Pull this up for you. All of the reporters are gathered around Aiden Carney. Look at that. Current situation, and she tagged Aiden. They're all out there wanting to get his comments. Yeah, Gossip Goat says only Hank's looking for positive acknowledgement, and he's jealous. Allison said, okay, cool, because I have stuff to do and can't take my eyes off this. What the hell, Bev? Waste the jurors' time and hours. I am outraged. Yeah, it's hard to plan a life when we cover this trial daily, and so many of you want to watch every single second of it. I mean, that'll be good that I can get some of my personal errands done tomorrow and all the things that I can't do during normal business hours when I'm here. So, but we will have things to talk about. So you're going to want to make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's free. You're going to want to make sure you hit the bell and set us all notifications. There's also a clip of Karen coming out of the courthouse yesterday. Let me see if I can find that for you real quick. Christy says niece, not daughter. Ms. Holmes says, just wait for Hank Brennan's closing. He will be angry and yelling while spewing his lies about what witnesses testified to. A 1 hour long run on lie. I hope they get more time this time because that is not enough time, in my opinion, to close on a case of this magnitude and this length. 1 hour is nowhere near enough. That's just insanity, if you ask me. Absolute insanity. Nowhere near enough time. Let's pull this up. And this is Karen leaving the courthouse yesterday. When asked about how the day in court went. And this is a YouTube short from Court TV.
Karen, are you definitely not testifying? Because we saw your suggested jury questions.
Volume is really low.
It said, as you know, the defendant did not testify.
I don't even know.
Oh, they're boilerplate.
Okay.
Those are boilerplate
What about
jury instructions.
There's no, Karen, there's
I'm ambivalent, and by ambivalent, I could get on board with either one. I'd feel strongly either way.
How did Dr. Russell?
Excuse me. Fantastic. She's just honest and speaks from her experience.
What will the witnesses from the waterfall say tomorrow if they testify?
You'll have to wait and see. You'll have to wait and see.
How about the testimony?
Karen, why no request for a third-party culprit instruction in your jury instructions? Are you still going to argue third-party culprit?
I can't answer what you're asking.
How about the testimony today? What sort of stood out for you?
That the taillight was not completely smashed. I think the word the independent cop, as the prosecutor himself called him, was it was not completely smashed in or busted in at 3 p.m. as it went into state police custody. That's all that matters.
How did you feel when your motion?
Earlier in the day when he saw it, he said it was
Yes, it was after 5:07. Earlier in the day was 8:23. Brennan's last question was, did it look like the photo in the driveway at 8:23? Yes, it was broken already.
So when do you allege that your taillight
Excuse
was
me.
tampered with?
How do you feel about the defense case so far?
I feel strong. Very, very good.
Nick's memory, do you think he had any issues toward the end? He seemed to...
I think he might have been, wrong. I think he might have been a little confused about the day of the week line of questioning, but his testimony hasn't changed. He was subpoenaed by the prosecution and said it was damaged and not completely broken a year ago. And he said that again today.
How did you feel about your motion?
I mean, give the girl some room to breathe. That's a little offensive. Oh, but I like how they're promoting my video. Thanks, Court TV, for well, they don't have any control over that. Thank you, Lisa, on Venmo. Love you. It's so fun to spend 6 hours a day with you. Thank you so very much. Linda says, thanks for all you do. I appreciate you. Kathy, thank you for your Venmo. You're amazing. Stephanie, thank you so very much. You're very generous. Just a little something for you, who we love with all of our hearts. You guys are the greatest. Kathleen also says, thank you, Mel. Thank you, Kathleen. Sparrow Song Divination. Thank you so much for your matcha latte. That is a very long message, and I will take a look at that later, what you're pointing out to me. I appreciate you so much. Final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. This ended a little bit earlier than I thought, but I do have appointments this afternoon that I need to get to. Thank you, Johnny. Hello, Mel. Thanks for the coverage. I drive a garbage truck. I've also driven MTA buses and water delivery trucks. In all sources of weather, especially in the New York and New Jersey snow time, we drivers are trained to follow the Smith system. There are rules based on this system that is helpful to truck drivers. One of these is get the big picture. As a driver, you should scan from side to side every 3 to 5 seconds, especially when driving in bad weather. When Lucky says he was looking at both sides of the street as he is driving down the road, it could be because it is his habit, just like it is for all commercial drivers who follow this system, right? Well done. Thank you for sharing that with us. The Smith system. I didn't know about the Smith system. No, we're going to have a stream tomorrow. We will have a stream tomorrow. I just don't know what time yet. So please just make sure you have your notifications set to all. Make sure your phone is allowing you to have notifications sent to your phone so that you get them. Melanie Little's agro massage therapist. I really need you. Oh, if the Commonwealth wasn't busy paying for Hanky, maybe they could afford a quiet AC and a fan situation. Yeah. Good week. This week, though, free Karen Reed. Yeah, it's a good week this week. Good week for the defense. And they're only just getting started. Sidebar Chick says, I can imagine Karen becoming a lawyer or a victim advocate after this ordeal and the firsthand experience she's gained. Yeah. I mean, she's been heavily involved in her case, in every single, nobody knows her case better than she does. Why wasn't Karina allowed to be asked about the ring camera? Jen McCabe told her that she showed John O'Keefe being hit by Karen. Well, that is something that is reported out there. I don't know. Cannot speak for the truth. Jen McCabe told her that the ring camera showed John O'Keefe, or that there was video of John O'Keefe being hit by Karen. That had been reported in the media initially. I don't want to spread misinformation. And so thank you for your 5. I'll take it. But I don't know if that is 100% true. I don't know why it was kept out. I don't know what the objection to that was. I don't know if that was discussed at sidebar. And I just don't like to opine or give you definites on things that I cannot tell you with certainty, or with at least, a reasonable degree of legal certainty. Let's put it that way. Proctor's honorable text. Do you think that if the FBI was going to go after the truly guilty people, they would have done so prior to Karen Reed being tried again? No. No. You know how long it takes to put a federal case together? Years. Free Karen Reed. Love you back. Love you too. Thank you, Sammy's mom, for becoming a member. Welch says Bev should give the defense a minute per sidebar. Oh yeah, that'd be a good way to decide how long the closing should be, right? No, I didn't see the new baby AI with Dr. Russell and Sergeant Barrows, but go look for that on Twitter. Is it on Twitter and YouTube? I'm not sure. Becky's Blue Eye Paranormal says, is the Commonwealth trying to get Turtle Boy to testify and give up on his 5th Amendment? I don't think so. They just want to prove that they're trying to prove that Lucky is lying because he's afraid that the blogger will write about him. And he likes the attention. Muggs 0426 says, growing up with the Alberts, I never ever thought they ran the town. Maybe not when they were teenagers. Do they now? Do you still live there? Also, why don't they ever mention their sister Kathleen? Just weird how they only talk about the boys. I know, it's weird, right? Could you imagine growing up with those 6 guys as brothers? That must have been hard. That must have been hard. Busted Flesh, can we have a lucky emoji for Lucky? Well, there's already one in your keyboard, so I don't know. We're limited on the number of special emojis that we can have. So it depends on how many members we have. So everyone join. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. I think it's based on membership, though. Pat Benatar, Shadows in the Night. Thank you so much. Amy Sue, thanks for your 20. Just catching up. Sounds like Hank is a snake, implying the 2 officers were FBI, therefore leading the jury to believe Lucky is saying the FBI is lying. Hopefully redirect will clarify that it was yet another false Proctor report. I don't think he did clear that up. And I was I'm going to have to go back and listen to that again, because then Brennan corrected himself to say, oh, when I was saying earlier, June of 2023, what I really meant was June of 2024. So I have to go back and listen to it again, because when I'm listening to it live with you, I've got so many things going on that I don't get to pay close enough attention. And so let's, I will do that. Josh wants to know, why would a plow driver care about a dumpster in a driveway? He wouldn't. He wouldn't. There's no chance that he's going to hit it, right? And also, there was not a dead body found on that lawn. But if there was a dumpster in the Albert driveway, I'm sure he would have remembered that, in addition to the fact that he didn't see a body on the lawn. Camille said, I absolutely 100% love how composed Lucky is. He doesn't volunteer any information. Best witness ever. Yes. Yes. Lamasu says that in that 8/23 article, didn't they say it was June 8th? Was it August 8th? Lucky was threatened by the Department of Public Works not to talk to reporters. Well, that's interesting. Thank you, Suze. Elsie McJD says, everyone please take note that 1, Brennan does not ask to approach. And 2, he doesn't show the defense exhibits before approaching. And Bev doesn't ask him to do that like she does every time with the defense. Truth. Allison, Melanie, this place is so corrupt. So is Turtle Boy present this morning, quote, on purpose? When is the last time Turtle Boy won the press pass lottery? It's been a while. Was he on standby today? I don't know. I haven't had a chance to read anything while I've been here with all of you. Crafty Councilman pointing out the same about the dumpster being in the driveway. Ginger wants to know and says it's rhetorical. Did Brian Albert or Higgins perform some dirty deeds for higher ups? Maybe like Epstein snagged his compromised people for favors. People have surmised that. Thank you, Christine, for your 10. Will Wallace, thank you for your 20. He says, I didn't watch trial 1. Glad to see the waterfall footage shown to jurors. Seeing the video along with the defense's narrative, it makes sense. John O'Keefe was lured to 34 Fairview, how to handle an issue man to man. Somebody surmised earlier that Jen wanted to take Karen with her in the car so that they could get him in the parking lot. I mean, that's a theory, right? Because then Jen would have gotten Karen out of there and Karen wouldn't be a witness to it. I don't know. Thanks, Will. I love to hear from you guys that are watching for the first time. Hunting of the Snark by Lewis Carroll, free Karen Reed. That's amazing. We're all mad here. Alice in Wonderland reference. Weren't all of the Commonwealth's witnesses celebrated and praised by getting promotions after completing the worst investigation in history? Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they were. Great point. Thanks for your 20. Beautiful beach day for Bev tomorrow, says ham sandwich, pizza, and pancakes. Oh, my. Yeah. Lindsay G, maybe they're just like the Wright brothers who never mentioned their sister who was the real brains behind the first airplane. Thank you, Lindsay. All right, my friends, I hate to say goodbye to you, but I have a lot of things to do this afternoon, and I got to shoehorn them all in because we are going to come back here tomorrow, and it's going to be great. Thank you so much, moderators, for keeping the chat classy today. It is not easy ever when we handle this case. We've been here for 4 hours and 21 minutes and 19 seconds, and there is nobody better than you guys. Nobody. Thanks, moderators. You're amazing. I could never do this without you. Channel members. I mean, all of you who want to be little cupcakes, I am so grateful for you. Replay viewers, do all the things that YouTube likes. Smash the like button, comment respectfully, do all of the things and stuff that YouTube likes. You know what to do. I don't need to tell you what to do, except stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, because you can do it. I know you can. We're all mad here with the final super chat. So hard to watch this trial growing up around law enforcement, attorneys, and now working in the neuromedical field myself. It all stinks. Please explain why she will not allow Michael Easter. I can't, because she didn't give a reason. Wasn't that door opened on Hank Brennan direct witness? She hasn't given a reason. She just said it's denied. There's been no decision. If she renders a decision and it's in writing, I can explain it to you tomorrow. We did go over the motion papers yesterday, and so I have no idea what her reasoning was because she didn't tell us. Okay. The motion regarding the missing witness charges, that's a jury instruction motion, and they haven't talked about jury instructions yet, so I don't expect a decision on that until perhaps later. Before they do their charging conference, which is when they decide which jury instructions are going to be given to the jury. Both sides have submitted their proposed jury instructions. Perhaps that is just one of the things that we will go over tomorrow. It will likely be in the morning. I do not know exactly what time tomorrow yet, so stay tuned and do all of the things that YouTube likes. Peace, everyone. I'll see you real soon. Somebody just said Turtle Boy is live now, so if you want to hear what he's got to say, go on over there. Check it out. See you tomorrow. Peace.